Hello,
Hi.
did we start as yet?
I don't think so because I can't hear. I don't hear anything. I heard you, but I'm not hearing anyone else.
Oh, okay, okay. Just checking. Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Everyone can hear me now?
I can hear you.
Mona?
Hi.
Who's this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay, sorry for just had some hiccups with this sound system. I had to change the computer. Take the light off. Yeah. All right. So Mona is here. Hello,
Yes, ma'am.
Mona. Okay. Natasha.
Good night, Hal.
Hi. Branika. Antonia or Antonique.
Hi, right here.
Okay, Tanishka Colebrook. Bullet, Bullet.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry,
Baron Ferguson. Denise Thompson. Joel Pickstock. Lisa Roberts.
I think it's
It's
supposed to be Leslie.
Leslie Roberts.
I'm here.
Okay, Elaine Strawn.
Ellen Strawn here.
Yeah, okay, Ellen, okay. Okay, so who's not here? Bain is here. Colebrook isn't here. Ferguson isn't here. Okay, like I say, I apologize for the delay, but I could not get any sound from the other computer, so I had to change. Okay, each one of you have your textbook.
Good night.
No,
Yeah.
ma'am.
My name is Jopik. Sorry about that.
Pardon me?
My name is Jopik Stock. Sorry about that.
Okay,
I was not on the phone at the time.
okay. Yeah, okay. All right, so you got the book already, each of you?
No, I
I
don't.
did.
I got
Ellen,
it.
No, ma'am.
Who all does, who all has the book and who all doesn't have it?
And mine.
I have mine.
Ardise has hers.
Yeah. Okay, so only a few of you have the book.
yes, my book is expected tomorrow. I'm in Freeport.
Okay. So y'all should have the book by next week though.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when do the ones who don't have the book, when you anticipate that you will receive the book? Because I want to give an assignment and that's why I'm asking. Before I say I'm giving the assignment, I need to know who all has the book and who all don't have it. And if you don't, when you anticipate getting it.
I plan to visit the institute tomorrow to collect the book.
Okay, all right. Okay. My name is Andrea Smith. I lectured at BIFS from 2015. I used to work at Fidelity Bank, but I'm presently retired and I'm doing a consultant job at Omni Flash Cash, where I am a consultant doing all the internal audit work. And that's me. So I'm really an internal audit consultant doing their work, doing a contract job at Omni. Mona, can you introduce yourself, please? Where you work, what you do?
Hi.
Oh,
Hello,
sorry.
everyone. My name is Mona Augustine. I currently work to Fidelity at the Frederick Street branch. I'm a personal banking representative admin and more.
Okay, what
But
does
that's
that
all for now.
entail? What does that
In the
entail?
loans department.
Okay. Someone else, introduce yourself, say your name, where you work and what you do.
Hi, good night. Again, my name is Joel Pickstock.
Mhm.
I'm 21 years of age. I am currently a teller at Guardsman Bahamas Limited. And
Where's that?
that's basically
Where do you
Guardsman
work?
Bahamas Limited. Guardsman Bahamas.
Oh, she
It
doesn't
is
have
a
that.
it's a cash processing unit for First Caribbean International Bank.
Oh, okay, that's why she just have FCIB. Okay, alrighty. All right, Mr. Pickstock, thank you. Ms. Thompson? Hello? Someone else can go ahead and introduce themselves.
Good night. My name is Anthony Roll. I'm 31 years of age. I work at Gateway Financial, where I'm a administrative assistant and accounts assistant, where we deal with delinquent loans and credit cards.
Okay. Welcome, Ms. Roll. Someone
My
else?
name is Hardis Bullard, and I'm perhaps the only person that works here that isn't affiliated with anything in banking.
Uh-huh.
I am the manager of premium processing and customer service at Family Guardian Insurance Company.
Okay, welcome. Mhm.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Strawn, and I work with Bahamas Mortgage Corporation. I am an arrears clerk in the collections department.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Good night,
Good
all.
evening. Oh, sorry. You
My
want to
name
go?
My name is Natasha Augustine. I'm employed at Scotiabank in the collections department as a collections advisor.
Y'all sisters on.
No, ma'am.
Okay, welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Leslie Roberts. I am employed with Bahamas Mortgage Corporation, and I work in the sales department
Okay.
as a
welcome.
loan officer.
Welcome. You work with Miss Johnson. There's two Johnsons. I taught both of them. Oh, what her first name is. They've been working there for a while. Yeah.
Yes,
Bright.
I work
Yeah.
with them.
Yeah. I taught, I think, risk management. Yeah. Mhm. Okay. Anyone else? I guess that's it. Mona, can you tell me why you choose to do business of banking?
Okay, well, basically, it's just to get me more familiar with the industry.
Mhm.
Prior, I was in the insurance industry, so banking is new to me. So I
Okay.
decided to take the course so I could become of a more asset to the company.
Okay. So you plan to you enroll in the certificate or the diploma?
I think the certificate, sorry.
Okay. All right. So this is your first class?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, try your best to stick it out because a lot of persons, they start and then they just stop, and then before they know it, they've been out for 2 years and they could have been finished. So try your best to stick it out. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Natasha, what is your
Yes, ma'am.
reason? What is your reason for enrolling in business of banking, and what do you hope to obtain from it? What knowledge you hope to gain?
Okay, I've been in banking for 8 years now. So I took the course to make sure I'm well updated
Mhm.
with the industry, because plenty changes have been done within the last couple of years, and to see how we're transitioning from paper
Fa-
to digital.
Mhm. And face to face.
Ma'am.
Yeah.
It's just to keep updated and to also complete I signed up for certificate, but to complete the diploma course successfully.
Yeah. Well, it's just having to, keep pushing. So like I said before to Mona, a lot of persons decide that, okay, oh, I'm going to take a break and I'm not going to do it. But I did this course years ago. So I'm an alumni. I'm a fellow of BIFS. I did this course I graduated in 1997 from doing this course. Maybe some of y'all wasn't even born yet, you know? Okay. Miss Roll.
Hi.
Hi. What is your reason for doing the course? And what do you
Well,
hope to obtain from it?
my reason to for enrolling in this course is just to broaden my horizon a bit. Saying that I work in the financial sector, so I could get more familiar with it outside of dealing with the collections part of it.
Okay, all right. Mr. Ferguson is in here. Mr. Pickstock. Hi. Hello. Miss Roberts.
Hello.
Hi. Your reasons for doing the course and what you hope to obtain from it?
Well, my reason to obtain the course, honestly, was because my HR, she told me to take it. And definitely to broaden my horizon in the financial sector. I do plan to get the diploma. Like you say, we have to stick through it because I really just don't be into this sometimes.
Well, you even have it even better. You don't even have to pack up your bags and go to school. You can do it. in
That's
your-
worse. That's worse.
Why? Why is it?
Because I would want to be I would want to have the feel in actual class because I feel like I'm actually doing it than to be at home. Virtual learning isn't for me.
Well, all you have to do is sit at a table, pretend that you're in a class setting. See, a lot of times people sit down and they just keep in their pajamas. So that's going to make you feel like you're home. So you just need to sit, get to the table, sit down as if you are in the classroom. So it'll make you feel more that you're there. But if you just sit there and say, oh, let me do this, let me cook, and let me be trying to be in the class at the same time I say cooking. I know somebody, they told me, say she used to be cooking and listening to what I say. So if you do that, right off the bat, you're gonna feel that you're home. You're not really in a class setting. So I would advise each of you to sit down to your table and not lay in your bed and try to do it. Sit at the table and it make you feel more that you're in the setting of a classroom. Yeah. Okay. But be encouraged and try to stick with it because, like I say, before you know it, time will pass and you'll be like, gee, I haven't even completed 4 courses yet. Okay. Miss Strawn.
Yes.
Your reasons?
My reason is, well, I just finished credit and collections 1 and 2.
Okay.
I am new to the banking industry.
Mhm.
I came from the Royal Bahamas Police Force, so this is
Ooh.
something new for me. So I'm trying to gain as much knowledge as possible. It's new field.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
So this is your first course. Hello? I was asking if this is your first course, other than in the certificate program. You're going to continue or just to do this one course?
Hello?
Hi, I was asking you if you're joining the certificate program.
Yes, I will.
Okay, all right. Anybody else who haven't state their reasons for taking the course? All right. Well, it seems as if only a few of you have the book. What I'm going to do tomorrow also, I have each of your emails. I'm going to send a course outline to each person, letting you know what well, if you look at the email, or I think Best have it on their site, it has a detail of what the course is all about and how it's broken down. But I will send you a course outline detailing each chapter and what is each chapter involves. And then I'm also going to send you, you'll also see in that your grading system. You're going to see, well, for homework, you'll see for quizzes, you'll see midterm and finals. And I'm going to say which I know you all work, yes, but in the process of working, sometimes, you know, if you want to better qualify yourself, you have to make some sacrifices. So you're going to have to set aside time to do your assignments that I would give you. I'm leaning towards just giving you homework instead of giving you a project. And I would say to you, if you're going to have a quiz, or sometimes you may just have a pop quiz. So it's always good to always read, or what you don't understand, to let's go over it. It's always good to participate. I don't like a class where I'm the only one talking. That's not a good thing, because when I'm the only one talking, then all I need to do is give you just a quiz, a pop quiz, because if I have to be the one only talking, what are you gaining from it? How boring it will be. So I really would appreciate class participation. I shouldn't, I read sometimes, but I want volunteers to read, and we go through what you don't understand. You ask questions, and it makes the class more livelier. But if I'm the only one talking, what is that all about? How would you feel if I'm the only one talking and no one's participating? How fast or how slow would time go? So class participation is something that I would really appreciate each and every one of you participating. Because like I say, that's the only way to, it makes the class feel alive when each person's can contribute. Everyone contributes something to the class. And like they always say, there's never a dumb question. So a lot of times we feel intimidated, or we feel that, oh, if I ask that question, I like for folks who say that they've not been in banking, if I ask that question, oh, how they feel about it. It's something that you don't know. So it's always best to, instead of just sit there pondering whether I know the answer, or I think what I'm thinking is correct, just ask, and I can learn from y'all as well as y'all will learn from me, but it's all a learning curve with each and every one of us, because something each one of you bring to the table. So like I say, class participation, me asking questions, me saying to you, okay, you read the chapter, and I really appreciated that every Monday that we meet, someone is able to say, or if I go around and ask, did you read? What did you understand? Any questions? There's something you can share with the class. I expect everyone to be able to share something that they read or something that they didn't understand, and maybe one of the other classmates can, help you with it. If not, I will. But reading is imperative. It's not where you just take the book, close it, and say, oh, class on Monday again. No, because it won't be that way, because every time we meet as of next week, because all of you don't have the book, but I still probably give you something to do, even though all of you don't have the book, but hopefully you all have it before the weekend, because chapter one really details the different banks in the Bahamas and the UK. This is something that I put together. Most of the notes in the book is what I put together. So it details the banks, the different banks in the Bahamas. It talks about the banks in the UK, talk about the beginning of the banks in the UK. It talks about Lloyd Bank, Royal Bank, Bank of Scotland. It talks about the different crises that happen in the banking system. Then I talk about the banks in the Bahamas. We talk about Central Bank, which we know is the regulator of all banks in the Bahamas. Then I talk about Bank of the Bahamas, which we know Bank of the Bahamas has been around for a while. It's had its ups and down, but it seems to be trying to level off now. I talked about different articles. I talk about different years, key milestone in the Bank of the Bahamas. It's from 1970 to 2013. You'll see some stuff that I talk about in there. And then we have the Royal Bank of Canada, which you know have been around for a very long time. And I talk about how it grew and the different directors of the bank. Example, Nathaniel Benaby, who was the highest ranking Bahamian in the organization. I also talk about the Bank of the Bahamas Development Bank, which we know caters mostly to persons who are interested in businesses who want to buy a boat, open a business. I know before they weren't doing so much business because they had so much arrears, but I think for now they're trying to level off. So hopefully a lot of persons will be able to now try to venture into entrepreneurship that I guess after COVID has turned a lot of persons from working for other persons for working for themselves. Then I talk about Commonwealth Bank. Yeah. So these are the different banks that I talk about in chapter 1. And like I say, I also talk about investment. I talk about trust companies, credit unions, mutual funds, saving banks, retail banks, and I also talk about brokerage firms. So chapter 1 in a nutshell really deals with bank and how banks evolve in the Bahamas. Some banks evolve in the Bahamas and the UK. Any questions? Any concerns? Hello?
I have a
So far,
question.
Yes. Ms.
So
Roberts?
basically this course entails just businesses working with the bank or the history of just the bank or how the bank operates?
That's just chapter 1. We talk about money in chapter 3. We talk about how money was created with M3, M2, M1. The breaks it down to show how money is filtered in the economy. So it's not just talking about that. I talk about the monetary policy. I'm talking about central bank. I'm talking about how they oversee the banking in the financial sector. Talk about how they regulate the banks in the Bahamas. Talk about the Basel 1, Basel 2, and I think Basel 3. Basel 3 should soon be coming online soon. It's been in the making from that time. So no, I touch on everything. I talk about risks, the different type of risks that people take, companies take. You have credit risks, financial risks, interest risks. You have liquidity risks, market risks, operational risks.
Hi, excuse me, Ms. Smith. I sent you a private message. I don't know if you're able to see it, please.
I don't think so, because I'm now sitting at my son's computer. No, I can't.
It's a message on Zoom.
Child,
You wouldn't be able to see it, access it?
me, I call him even in here. This is computer. I don't even. I mean, if you want to, you could send it to my phone.
Sure.
565-3685.
Okay.
Okay, but no, we talk about everything. Like, you have the book. Did you get the book? No.
Yes, I was able to get the book.
Yeah, but no, we talk about everything, and then we're gonna even talk about the bank and the customer. Talk about the different trustee. It's a whole lot of things. We talk about credit card. We talk about retail banking, the different services bank offer, current account, deposit account, term deposit, mortgage loans, personal loans, credit card. We talk about why people save, different reasons why people save. Some people save to buy a home, retirement. So it's a whole lot of stuff. What were you expecting from the course? Hello?
What I was expecting, just
Mhm.
basically everything you went over, just getting to know the deeper part of banking and how it all started, the history and all of those things.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, but it's a whole lot um that we will deal with. Can you give me 1 second, please? One second, I just trying to assist the young lady. 1 second. Okay, thank you. What it is, 1690. Okay, all right. So Mona, what did you expect? What do you expect from this class? The stuff that I just talked about or something else?
No, that's exactly what I
Mona, you
expected.
know I could pick on you because I know you.
I have that feeling.
It's the other
But yeah,
person at
exactly.
the other person at Fidelity, I don't know.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Colebrook. She's a Colebrook.
Oh, she's at the IBP branch.
Oh, I won't know her then.
Yeah, she only been there 2 years.
Oh, okay. No, yeah. Well, I've only been gone next month. March will make 1 year. Can't believe it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Anybody else want to put in their 5 cents? You know, because I tell you all, I ain't the person who could be talking. I want to hear some input from y'all. Give me some of y'all experience, some of y'all take on this course. Hello? Well, that make
the
me
course-
feel like I could be here talking and nobody else could be saying nothing, nada, nada. Mm-mm. That's why y'all keep getting quiz. Every time y'all look, every time y'all come to class and I gotta be saying everything. Oh, I think we having a quiz.
No, no, no.
Okay, so
Um,
participation. Hello. Hello.
so far it is everything that I expected, but interesting. I wanted to always find out how money is filtered in the economy and what process we go through and all that good stuff. I always wanted to know that.
Yeah, so it's right there. And like I say, a lot of things, but central bank, we'd be surprised the things that central bank has to do to regulate financial services. Yeah. And then we're also going to talk about credit card checks, people writing checks. And we know now it's not like how it used to be with how before in banking, checks, people write checks, and it took like 5-6 days to clear because the ACH wasn't around. They had it, but it was like they used to go to the central bank. Everybody go take the checks there. All the messengers take the checks there, and that's how they cleared the checks or go into central bank. But now we know with the ACH system now, checks are uploaded every certain stuff they trade between the different banks, and it no longer take like our people like to kite. And when I say kiting is when I write a check to a company, I know that, hey, I'm not going to get that check. It's not going to clear until 5 days. So I have enough time to put that money on that checking account, even though I know I wrote that check, but I didn't have any money. So that's what people call kiting. And before, a lot of times people used to do it because they had time to put the money there. But now with the new system, checks clear the same day. So whenever you write a check, it goes to, say I write a check from Fidelity and the person account is at RBC, they're going to receive it. They have different times. I think they have 11 through 11, 12. I'm not sure, 12 or 11 and
11 and
2.
3.
Yeah, okay, something like that. And then they have a cutoff time. And now too, with so much banks closing early, because I saw where Scotia closing early, Commonwealth closing early. I'm like, whoa, Royal closing early. So yeah, so they're closing early to the public now. Yeah, I guess because so many companies have been hit with COVID. Yeah, and we're also going to talk the latter part of the book. We'll talk about. I have to give you some extra notes because I want to show you how national insurance, the money that they have actually spent regarding COVID with unemployment and different benefits that they give to persons who not working because of COVID, because a lot of persons lost their job last year because of 2020 and 2021 because of COVID. And so, and a lot of companies didn't come back. A lot of companies are back, but a lot of persons have been given severance packages or just don't have a job. So the government still has continued the program. So we'll see what happens. But like I say, I will give you a separate handout. I will make sure I forward it to you. You may have to print it off to deal, which shows how we're handling COVID, especially with national insurance and the money they really have been paying out to cut. And then as you would see when the new government came in power, they talked about how people, even though they were back on their jobs, they were still taking that national insurance payout, so I don't know what they're going to do with that. Yeah, but we're going to talk about how, well, as we can see, when Scotia said about them changing their hours, because of staff shortage, because of COVID, that's why they're encouraging customers to come into the bank and actually, sign up for online banking, sign up for the different services so they can have access to digital banking, so they don't need to come into the bank. They can go do all their stuff online, go to the ATM, get their funds. And now, as we know, we've really evolved. Banking has really evolved because, as we know now, I can do a transfer from my account at Fidelity to a Scotia account. I can go online and pay a school fee from my account to whatever school I'm going to, as long as they have online, and pay to their account. So domestic banking, I'm not sure some banks are able to do it internationally. I don't think my bank is there as yet, but I know some banks can do international transfers from here to overseas. Yeah, but I think that's a good feature because for me, you don't have to, worry anymore to say, oh, I gotta go stand up. You just sit to your computer and you do a transfer, add the person to your online, then do the transfer. Once you get all of their transit code and their branch and what type of account they use, savings, checking, you're able to do all your transfer. You're able to see all your information. So to me, that's a good thing. Yeah. Any comments from either of you? Anyone can highlight anything that you think I've missed? Hello? Hello?
We're here.
Hi.
Oh, I see y'all gonna have plenty quiz, all kind of quiz.
No, we listening.
But yeah, but you didn't hear me just say any inputs.
I actually want to piggyback on the way that you speak of the convenience now of so many online features.
Mhm.
However, how would that work for other persons that actually work in the bank that would have duties to do? Because this is now limiting jobs for people. So it's good and it's bad
Agreed.
because persons are gonna be losing their jobs because everything is just now robotic.
But even though I may be able to transfer funds from my account to your account at another bank, we still need people to make sure those stuff is uploaded and when the money come in to make sure. We still need people on the back end to do that now. That's not because I remember there was a situation when I worked at the bank and I sent money, but the account that the money went to, the money bounced back. So the person who was dealing with the back end of it came to me and said, oh, the account number wasn't right or something. So the money came back. What account do you want me to put it back to that account? So no, I don't think persons will lose their job because they still need somebody on the back end. But what they're eliminating is me going to another bank and having to stand on the line and try and put that money on your account. Because as you know now, you can't do that anymore because you can't even go to a bank and say, oh, I have a Fidelity check. I have a Fidelity check or a Royal Bank check, and I want to deposit it in Fidelity. I'm not sure how that's working, but I know before I left, you can't even cash a check. You have to make that, if I give you a check, you have to deposit that in your account. You're a non-Fidelity customer, you have to deposit that check in your account there at RBC before you could come in the bank and cash it. And that's why I say domestic banking where people can don't. I think I read something in 2024. They're trying to eliminate checks, totally eliminate checks. I'm gonna look up more for it, and because I saw it when I was away, and I'm gonna look up more to give you the correct information. But eventually, it's not going to be any more check writing. They're going to eliminate checks. Yeah. So they're really moving towards the face-to-face. And right now with COVID, it's like every time you turn around, it's like persons. I know someone who was working from home for 18 months. The bank decided that their unit need to return to work. The person was there for not 2 weeks and got COVID on the job. So it's really kind of scary with COVID, which we call the flu right now. Yeah. So we have to move forward we just have to move forward. And I don't think a lot of persons will lose their jobs because, like I say, still at the back end, they still need the manpower to do some stuff that online banking can't just do by itself. So you still need the persons on the back end when transactions don't actually go through or just reject, because things reject. So when things reject, that means you still need somebody to do the investigation to be able to make sure that the funds that was rejected gets to the right account. So we still need persons to do that. Miss
Smith,
Hi.
I have a question.
Mhm.
I know you said later down on the chapters, we'll be talking about credit cards, etc.
Mhm.
Seeing that the credit bureau will be coming on stream,
Mhm.
how would that affect our Bahamian people?
Oh, very terribly.
Let's say for persons who was greatly affected due to COVID and they lost their jobs and they have loans and their loans are delinquent and they don't have a job as yet.
Well, now, that's a point that can be argued. I really don't know how they're gonna work that, but like, with everything, like even in other countries, like your credit score is something that when you try to go get a mortgage or get a loan or something, or even rental in the US and other places, they look at your credit score before they would rent something to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think we're there yet because like the credit
No.
bureau, I thought it would have been online, or I thought we would have been in the mix of it, but I don't even know. But they
Yeah.
said it's there, it's ready to go, but yeah, I don't know how they're gonna handle that, like you say, for persons who, you know, it's like a disaster. It wasn't
Yes.
something that you could control, like say tomorrow we have like when we had Hurricane Dorian, those people in Abaco and Freeport, they lost everything.
Yeah.
You know, they lost everything and they had a loan with the bank. And I guess a lot of times people in that situation, a lot of times people don't use, they don't say, well, okay, yes, I don't have a job. I just gonna ignore their call. So the bank calling you all the time and you just say, oh, tell them I here. Never talking to them. What we don't understand, and a lot of times people say the bank is, don't work with people. That's not so. A
Yeah,
lot of
they
time,
do.
yeah, a lot of times people do not come forward. If you
Yeah.
come and you say to me, I lost my job, I know I have a car loan, my payment is this, but this is what I can afford. And see what people don't understand, whether you're renting, you have a loan, you have a mortgage, as long as you can show that you may not have been able to pay the amount that was required when you signed the contract, but at the end of the day, you're taking something to the bank, you're speaking with them, you're letting them know that you're trying, and they can see it, because even if you take $50, they say, well, I know this person lost their job and this is what they, you know, they got another job, but the job don't pay what they used to make, and this is what they can afford. Instead of taking the time to ignore the loan, the collections officer calling you, it's just taking the time out to sit down and let them know your situation. And people,
Yeah.
we as Bahamian don't like to do that. So we just duck, you know, we just duck them. Oh, I'm ducking that person. Oh, mommy is not home. So we're just going to duck them instead of actually having a conversation with them.
Yeah, because I know, I don't think Commonwealth Bank outsource their delinquencies. So
Mhm.
like where I work, we deal with a lot of that. So
Okay.
like where I work, we give people a second chance in terms
Yeah.
of paying back
Mhm.
and so forth. But like people like at Commonwealth Bank, I don't think they outsource their loans and stuff. So just wanted to know if that would greatly affect us.
Like I say, I think there should be some leniency, especially for persons who was affected by COVID. Because like I say, it's a disaster. It's something that nobody could have controlled. It happened, and it was something we couldn't control. A lot of people, we have people who were directors, managers, lost their jobs in the hotel. You know, they have mortgages. You could imagine you as a wife and have a husband. He was a director of HR and you was a manager of finance, and both of you lost your job. And how much government giving you every month? Oh, okay. So I think, like I say, as long as we do our part by just informing wherever we have commitments, loans, we just inform them that this is what happened to me. I'm not able to do this. And I think too, like I heard one of I was trying to remember which one, MP were talking, no, it was the new guy, the Parker guy, who is now the president, I think, of the Bar Association. And he was talking about how before they only dealt with persons like landlord, tenants, with the tenants who come to the court and say, oh, I can't pay because you won't do this or you won't do that and you can't put me out and stuff like that. They always was more on the tenant side. And like he said, now they have to also be on the landlord side because the landlord have a commitment to the bank. And if the tenant don't pay and don't want to move, and the bank said, okay, well, you took a lease out and you gave them a 1-year lease. So, hey, they only been there for 6 months. And that's why I say to anyone, if you're renting, you never do a lease. You do a 1 month, month-to-month lease. That's what I do. Everybody who rents from me, you would see on my lease, it says month to month. So if we good, and if you see me don't come to you and say you're terminated, then we keep the month to month running. And with the month to month, you only have to give me 30 days to say you're leaving. If I want you to leave, I give you 30 days. And so we don't never have to go in the front of court because I'm not going to give you a lease. And so that there, Parker is saying they're going to have to put something in place for the landlord also, because the landlord have commitment to the bank. And if you have a commitment to the bank, you can't go to the bank and say, well, my tenants didn't pay, so I can't pay you. No. And so, like I say, I don't know what is going to happen when the credit bureau finally, because they say it's all set up, when it finally hits the market. I don't know what's going to happen, if they're going to take into consideration the crisis that happened with COVID. They should. And like I say, as long as persons go to their banks and, talk with them, make new arrangements, and not try to evade the bank by not taking the calls, I think things can work out. And like you say, they do refinancing. We have a lot of persons who've really lost their homes. Because of COVID, a lot of persons who couldn't pay mortgages anymore, they've lost their homes, so it is a terrible thing, but like they say, the bank have commitments, companies have commitments. So when persons, and a lot of times people will say, oh, the bank put me out and I just owe them 2 or 3 months. That's not so. And before I worked in the bank, I used to take person's word. But when I started working in the bank, I realized I've known somebody, they didn't pay their mortgage for 5 years and they were still living in the house. So the bank would want the house not to get vandalized. So they try to give people opportunities to redeem themselves. But some people, even when they give them a second chance of refinancing, some people still don't live up to their commitments. And at the end of the day, they may lose the house or lose the car or something. And people will say the bank is mean and the bank, but that's not so. People don't tell the full story because the bank give people chances. And if you're living in a house for 5 years and didn't pay a mortgage, what happened there? The bank give you chances. They do. Yeah, I could say that for a fact. Talking about myself, the bank give you chances. Is you, when they give you the chance, you're the one to, stick to the commitment, because you have persons where husband lost a job, one person working. So things are hard. And so people sometimes don't do anything. But if you show the bank that, okay, I'm trying, sure they'll work with you. But a lot of people don't do that. We as Bahamians, we just say, oh, I duck in them. And even with the cars, when the wrecker go to try to get your car, they hide in the car, so it's just us living up to our commitment. And I think with the credit bureau coming on, it's going to be really rough because we have so many people who, especially government employed people, who are so over their head with loans because they started off at a simple $10,000. And then when you look, they're 25 and they have a commitment of 60,000, and the commitment has nothing tangible, nothing, everything they just buy, jewelry shop, nothing else. And so the credit bureau is really going to put a damper on a lot of people, because you remember now with the credit bureau, they taking your light bill, they taking your phone bill, they taking your water bill, and see now you pay all of that. So all of those coming into effect when it comes to your credit score, I guess. That answers you, Miss Augustine?
That was Miss Rule. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Miss Roll, okay. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Anybody else? Anybody knows about the ACH?
No, Mom, I don't.
ACH, that's now our clearing bank. The ACH is our Bahamas Automated Clearing House. That's our clearing house in the Bahamas. We call it BACH or ACH. Yes, so like I was speaking earlier, that's where everything clears through As you transfer money, it goes through, you write a check, it goes through. So check exchange, that's the ACH, BACH, Bahamas Automated Clearinghouse. We'll talk about it later. Mhm.
What is the Basel Accords?
Basel, like I say, that's a whole to do with central bank, the regulatory part of central bank. When, like I say, they have Basel 1, Basel 2, and like I say, Basel 3 is coming on, which they've been trying to bring on for a couple years. But when we get to that, I don't want to overcrowd you with it. When we get to the Basel, you'll see you have tie 1, tie 2, and each one, and it all deals with risk, the risk part of it.
Okay.
Anybody else want to chime in?
Oh,
Okay,
good night
you can
again.
do it.
Oh,
My
yeah,
apologies. I
yeah,
had to.
Mr. Pickstock, you don't the fella nine hearing you, where you is?
I work because I work in a cash processing unit, and my job description is very tedious,
Uh-huh.
a lot. So I had to work, and I just reach home, and I realized
Okay.
that I missed a lot of segments. But not asking you to go over, but could you give me an oversight, basically in a nutshell or a summary of what took
Okay,
place tonight
what I
so
was
far?
really do, because some persons still don't have the book. I was just giving an overreach of what I will go over, talking about the history of the banks in the UK, in the US, and in the Bahamas. I picked several banks like Commonwealth Bank, Bank of the Bahamas, Central Bank, the Bahamas Development Bank, and I was just talking about the history and the milestone, especially in Bank of the Bahamas. Bank of the Bahamas have a long milestone, them and Commonwealth and Royal. Royal and Commonwealth have been around, and we know Commonwealth is the Bahamian bank. Yeah, so yeah, and then I was just talking about how money, the different money supply, like M1, M2, M3. I was just touching it because we're gonna go over it in chapters, and then I talk about central bank, the regulations. They're the regulatory body that deals with all the financial services. Then I said the different type of financial risk, credit risk, interest risk, operational risk, reputational risk, market risk, and liquidity risk, legal risk. Yeah, so they're the stuff we're gonna really go over. And then talking about customer and the different services that the banks offer. Also talk about how we're going to talk about credit cards. And we were just talking just now, Miss Roll was talking about, I think it Miss Roll, was it Miss Roll with the credit bureau, or it was Miss Augustine?
That was Ms. Rule.
Yeah, talking about how the credit bureau, how it's going to affect persons who've lost their jobs during COVID, not able to pay their commitments. How will the credit bureau handle that? Like I said, I was not sure, but I would like to think that as long as we are customers and we let the bank know where we're at, I've lost my job and I'm not working, but as soon as I start to work, I would try to do a refinancing of my loan, stuff like that. The bank do that. But like I said to the class earlier, a lot of times we as Bahamian, we tend to be bill duckers. So we ain't gonna talk to the bank. We conduct them. And then when they come and say, okay, or because like a lot of banks, companies have outsourced their collections department. So they have their collectors going after persons. So we try to duck, but it's better for us to just go to the bank, tell them, make an appointment, tell them our story, and see how well they can work with us. But we don't. And a lot of times we say the bank is mean, the bank is that, the bank is the other. But no, banks do work with people. It's just that a lot of times people don't try to work back with the bank. They will say, I make a commitment, and then they relink on it. And before they go in and say, well, I tried, but it still didn't work, what else you can do for me? No, they just continue to talk. And then I also talked about how now with the digital banking, online banking, how we're able to do domestic transfers. So I can do a transfer from my account to your account. I'm at Fidelity, you at Commonwealth. I can do a transfer from my account to Commonwealth to your account as long as I have all your information, your transit code, your bank code, the type of account you have, you know, your savings or your checking account number, the name. And I can do a transfer. And as long as I do that transfer with it, say I did it this morning, it'll hit your account whenever they do the upload, the ACH, which is BACH now, Bahamas Automated Clearinghouse. Once they do the upload, it's in your account at no time, because I know I remember I had to do a transfer for a transaction and I couldn't have I couldn't pick up the product until the persons who had the product receive my funds in their account. And like, must see 2 hours, they call me back and say, you can come because my account was credited. So, you know, I think Natasha was saying that wouldn't it take away from persons, and a lot of persons may lose their job. And I said to her, on the back end, they still need persons for when transactions reject and, you know, stuff happens. So no, you know, some people may, but I think for most of it, people will still keep their jobs. And online banking and being able to do things that way, it alleviates you from going to the bank. And especially in this climate that we're in with COVID, you know, I think it's a good thing. And like I said, we talked about the credit bureau. We don't know. They said everything is ready to go, but we don't know yet how it's going to work. But we know they're going to take everything into consideration, even your light bill, your water bill, whatever bills you have to pay, everything is going to be taken into consideration. And I know a lot of banks are going to suffer when the credit bureau really come into play, because you have customers who max themselves out, especially government. They have a loan here, a loan there, a loan with the credit union, a loan here, over there, a loan with Auto H&L, you know, easy payday. And so when you look at their pay slip, it's like, what are you taking home? And someone was saying one bank, they look at somebody's pay slip and the person was actually taking home $25. I said, but I thought the government had something in place that only a certain amount of money should come off somebody's. They should be left with a certain amount of money, but I guess the HR department or the payment department don't make sure that's done. So people just mark themselves out, and like, banks are here to make money. So as long as you can qualify and you go to the bank and you said, I need this and I need that, the banks are going to do it. And as long as you can qualify, you're going to get the money. Then when you get tired of, say I got a loan at Fidelity, I got tired of them because I want some more money, but Fidelity saying to me, we can't give you no more money. So I go to a Commonwealth bank who say, oh yeah, I can give you 15,000 more. So I'm going to come to a Fidelity and pay them off, and I'm going to go to Commonwealth. And that's what's happening in government with the banks now. When you don't give me the money, I go into another bank and just put myself deeper and deeper and deeper into that. And that's what's happening in the financial sector with especially government people. That's what's happening.
But Ms. Smith, I don't think some of the banks do a good job in helping, especially like young government workers. When they go for loans, they just give them the marks, and the children, that hold them down for years. They can't go no place else.
But remember too, we have parents who tell the children, well, I don't take care of you now, you have to go to the bank. You have parents who go to the bank with the child and say, I need to get this money to do this. So yes, here again, I agree. Because even in me opening a savings account, compared to me opening a checking account, why would me as a elderly person who really don't have no reason to write a check, but comes to you, or a younger person and say, I want to open a checking account. That person have no need for that checking account. But before we say to them, hey, why don't you just open the savings or ASU savings or Christmas Club savings where you can save. Why do you need a checking account? See, people a lot of times think because, like you say, they're not, banks don't educate them enough, or some, mind you, sometimes the bank try to tell persons, but they tell them straight, even when they trying to get a loan and you say, well, I think you should do this or shouldn't do that. They tell you who got to pay the loan back, not you, them. So still their business. So yes, I agree here. Sometimes some loan officers, customer service reps do not explain products and services properly to customers. But here again, we have customers who say, I don't need your opinion. I want this loan. So
And then
I
you have-
sign it. Mhm.
And then you have some young people who just don't know no better. They
But
they don't understand. They want the loan. Yes, you explain it to them, but they don't understand what that's gonna do to them when they need to really get something.
Agreed. And that's what happens. If you look right now, you go to any bank. Well, I know now with Bank in the Bahamas, as long as you start to work for government, you have to open your account with them.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's no longer, you could go to a Commonwealth or Scotiabank and you start government. And I think that's a smart move on government part. You have to open your account there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, a lot of times we have parents who force their children to go get loans for that. So a lot of times parents has to do a better job too with, from children grow up, we have to try to instill in them to save. A lot of times people think savings is, oh, I could save $500 a month. No, a saving starts when you can be consistent. Say I can save $50 a month. I save that $50 every month. You may say, oh, I save in $500 a month, but ever so often you dipping back in that $500 because you need to pay something. But me, I'm consistent saving $50 a month for the year. So when I go to the bank for a loan, they can look at it and see, hey, I've just been saving. I've not been touching it. Or, hey, I'm ready to go get a piece of property. But we as parents, I think a lot, persons who are parents, we need to, you need to start, y'all are younger, start to train your children by getting a little piggy bank for them, teaching them how to save. And I think that's where it comes from. If we start teaching them how to save, they won't always have to need to come to the bank, because from they were young, we got a piggy bank for them. If they got money from their godparents or even you for doing chores, you give them, they have that piggy bank, they go there, they put it in. So at the end of, say, a certain time, once they get old enough, you take them to the bank, you open the savings account for them. Then what you do, same gifts that they get from their godparents or persons give to them for doing well in school and stuff like that, you take them to the bank and you start them from savings. But we as Bahamians don't do that. You check the white Bahamians, their children, most of them make sure their children have a savings bank account. We don't do that. We don't do that. Before we teach our children to save, we want to send them to the bank to borrow the money for them. And that's what's happening to a lot of young police, defense, a lot of young government employees. Their parents say, I already take care of you. Now you need to go to the bank and get that loan. So yes. And then some just want to drive a nice car. So, and when persons make up their mind, that's what they want to do. They, like I said, they get offended when the loan officer or the customer service rep try to say things to them. They get offended for it. I've been in banking for 40 years and I can tell you that's how it is. But I understand what you're saying, Ms. Strawn, but yeah. And like I say, customer service and loan officers need to do a better job sometimes in really steering customers in the right direction. Yeah. Like me wanting a checking account and I don't have no need for it. So you're going to give me all these checks. I'm just going to write, and every time I write a check, it bounce, because you didn't explain to me what a checking account is all about. And I'm not as savvy as, a lot of persons who in the business field would be. So I'm like, oh, I think I just write a check and write a check. And so NSF fees, government stamp tax, everything is just piling up. And then at the end of the day, you could find yourself in trouble. And because you're going to write this check to the foods somewhere, and the people the check bounce back to them, they coming at you, then the debt collectors start coming at you. So yeah, again, bankers have to do better in explaining services and products to customers. How do you feel about that, Mona?
Hello. Okay. Well, in a nutshell, I agree with you. And the reason being is because I think some of the loan officers just get caught up.
And
They're excited to say,
Mhm.
okay, I finally get a loan. Okay, let me hurry process this rather than educating them. Because honestly, the most silliest things persons come to the bank for.
Mhm.
Oh, I need an extension because my rent is due. My light is off.
What?
Like, no, honestly, my rent is off. My light is off. I need to do this. It's a bunch of unnecessary things. So in reality, they are maxed out. I'm hoping that the
Yeah.
credit bureau can help them, but
Well,
I
the
don't
credit
see it
bureau
happening.
will. No, guess what? Because you can't get no more loans. And that's why it's going to
They're
affect the
gonna
bank.
find a way.
No, they won't. The credit bureau will, that can regulate a lot of things. Because guess what? Like I say, I think two banks create this when you say not explaining, because girl, I meet my target.
Right.
All banks have this target thing. Some banks just extreme. I'm like, geez, I had when I taught business banking years ago, there was a young lady in my class. She said, Miss Smith, if you know what my target is, Miss Smith, I is be so stressed. So she had to eventually leave the bank because she said she was just tired of stress, having to meet these targets every quarter. I got to meet this target. And then when she tell me that she give loans to persons who work in Wendy's or Kentucky, 40,000. I'm like, I can't even come to you all and get a $40,000 loan because I can't give you all deduction. And you give a $40,000 loan to somebody who trying to make it. And she say, Miss Smith, you know what young people is be left with when we didn't take out the money, Miss Smith? Nothing, hardly nothing. And then you ask them where that 40,000 gone. And like you said, they come in the board and, oh, my rent due. Y'all can't give me an extension. And see what people fail to understand about this extension. You paying that extension fee, plus you throwing yourself back a couple months again. People don't understand that. They just be saying, I want an extension.
That come
So
like
then
that's
again,
the money borrowing thing like an addiction to them.
Yeah,
it is. It is.
yeah.
So then again, like you would have mentioned, it's up to the loan officer to say, okay, let me take a personal interest in this person
Yeah.
rather than it just being business.
Yeah. Yeah. But like you
Yep.
say, they got to make that target.
Yeah, but you have to make a decision. Like it don't make sense. And
Yeah.
it's a crying shame to see some of their salaries at the end of the month. How do you
Agreed.
pay rent? How do you carry on $43.27?
Thank you.
What do you do with that?
Yeah. And also you have to say, how is it that the government agencies in their accounts department allowed it to happen? Because I saw government put a stipulation that only a certain percentage of
You
their
know, and I
salary.
know all of them do not
Well,
follow that.
but in
Yeah,
everything they
agreed.
find a loophole.
Agreed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I can tip you $50 when I come back. Please stop this deduction for me.
I
That's how it
think
works.
I think it's up to the payroll department of that particular business or the HR, because where I work, we don't go above 60%, beyond 60%. Like
Yeah.
if you beyond 60%, they have a notice out, you will have to go and make that payment in over the counter by yourself.
Okay.
Like they don't go beyond 60%.
And I
That's
sure
all they
banks
can deduct.
now, move from that over the counter payment thing. I sure everyone is doing salary reduction at the moment.
Yeah.
So
But it's gonna be
That's also for them getting
interesting.
away.
when the credit bureau reaches.
It will be.
Because guess what? We so crafty and tricky.
Uh-huh.
The credit
This
bureau
is
will
what
be
I'm
here
saying.
1 year before we can find another loophole.
Yeah.
I don't think
Well,
so, though. I don't think so. I
I
think
pray
I don't
that,
think so
yeah.
because where I work, we have people that have debts from 1990, whatever.
What?
Yes, ma'am. So I don't think so. I don't think so.
Gee.
I
We'll
also.
see. This is
And
gonna
that's
be
why they
interesting to
can.
see.
Mm-hmm.
But well, I don't really work in the front line of loans or whatever. I just in the back
Mhm.
house. I don't understand. I have an idea inside of what loans and stuff are, but I don't completely understand of what it is. But as a customer looking in, coming into the branch to say loan, like recently in my experience, I got a loan from Bank of the Bahamas,
Mhm.
and the reason why I got a loan is I needed to do some stuff, like build some stuff, not really nothing major.
Mhm.
And so they explained to me that I couldn't get the loan. The only max they could have gave was 25,
Mhm.
So I could understand why. But as a young person, honestly, it wasn't no gimmick or anything. And it wasn't about not I even that's not that I couldn't afford to pay the loan or anything. But I might what my intake would be on this is that I don't think that every person should be default or every young person should be default as to as I said their parents are forcing them to get loans. Sometimes they get loans to help themselves or and stuff like that. So that's my kind of intake. Everybody does not have the same shoe on their foot, but then the bank has to safeguard themselves from things like this. Because Commonwealth Bank, Commonwealth Bank is give loan away like crazy. That's what I was told. And I was never told to go to Commonwealth Bank. Commonwealth Banks give loan like crazy and interest rate is high. But I've actually heard it from inside my workplace. But
Mhm.
sometimes people are in desperate measures and desperate
Yep.
times take them to whatever they have to do,
Right.
and that will cause an intake on them having their salaries maxed out. Now I have seen some people's salaries, and I honestly don't know how they just make it every month.
Yeah.
But it's a privilege. The issue is that government as a government employee of privileges because your money comes short every month.
Yep.
Your job is sure. That's why they give them crazy. That's why the bank gives them crazy loans because at the end of the day, they know they sure, especially police officers and defense officers, they get crazy loans because they're sure that every month they're gonna get their salary. Me, I ain't gonna say I work for CIBC Treasury or I can shout CIB. I even shout CIBC Treasury all I want.
Yep.
I can say that all the time I want. But the bank can say, well, buddy, be on your approved, be on our approved listed, so we can't
Thank
give you
you. But guess
the loan,
what?
the loan I want.
Y'all may think that the bank is safe because somebody working government aid. Guess what? You have people who get incarcerated. Where they can get the money from? And they owe $70,000. Now that we have where people now leaving the Bahamas and going to Canada.
Exactly.
You know how many
Right.
people have left
Right.
here and
Yes.
gone to Canada and owed about
Right.
$70,000 and $80,000. So
But
they
they
were,
borrow money to go to Canada though.
but that's why I
Yep.
said they were government employees. But
But then,
because
but
we
then I
say
can't. But then
unsecured.
I can't really say that. Well, okay. Well, we can say unsecured, but for instance, let's say John goes off to the United States and doesn't say a thing, doesn't notify the bank. His money is in short, so in a way, the bank gets their money back from John, not. So
Some
that's
banks, I don't think all banks insure consumer loans like that. I don't think so. Now, I know some banks do, but I'm simply saying because we have this thing, but government job is secured. But I've seen so many people, as like you say, borrowed money to go to Canada. They have left the bank high and dry, and they gone to Canada, start their whole new life again, and leave one debt for $80,000, and they gone. So that's why I say to them, I'm like, but poor me, I work and you could get my money, but you could say, oh, I can't lend you that because you don't work for government. No salary deduction. No. So they still
Miss Smith,
lose. Mhm.
That happened to me before. That happened to me earlier. No, that happened to me last year, February. Never had a loan in my life. Never had a credit card in my life. Went to BOB because a few of my coworkers had a loan there. Went for a very small amount. I went for less than $3,000. And they told me no.
Yep.
They put the loan through or whatever, and the loan officer. I said, why? I said, I never had anything. They did a credit check. Not my name showed up on nothing.
Mhm.
And they said simply because you don't work for government.
You see?
That's what the loan officer told me.
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm making enough to pay it back.
Mhm.
I don't have no prior debts, nothing. But they say because you don't work for government, no.
But I wonder how the
Yeah.
government is going to regulate easy term, auto H&L, places like these who give easy term, you can get 15 grand.
20 grand. You get 20
Oh,
grand.
one to 20 now.
15 grand. You could get up to
20,
30
you
to
get
50,000 with them,
What?
as long as you have that salary deduction. Sunshine,
What?
sunshine, same thing. I just did a loan. One
Whoa.
of the someone who works at Airport Authority. His loan was 42,000 by Sunshine,
What?
and I trying to figure out how.
Oh my
Whoa.
But like
God.
you said, it's no longer a personal interest. It's just strictly business. You want the money, come get it.
If
Yeah,
you
but
work for government, you could go in any institute right now and you could get a
that
loan.
money, agreed, agreed, yeah. Because like I say, you could go to auto H&L and get your loan in no time. And if
Yep.
you put 10, if you put 5, they can give you 10.
They give you
No.
like probably a 48-hour turnaround.
And he's
Whoa.
heartless. He's
I would
heartless.
turn around.
Yeah.
Yes, they call you 3 o'clock. You go on the bank 10, and they can call you by 3 o'clock. So you must you have your money on your account. You come for that now if you want.
Oh, so that's why I say, how do you think the credit bureau is going to regulate them?
Hmm.
I always wondered, that's something I'm going to check in, how the central bank regulate them. That's what I'm going to check into. And then don't forget, you have Cash and Go now, who give loans to where I do consultant work, Omni Flash Cash, they give loans too, but I can assure you, Cash and Go, and I think Omni, but I could say for Omni, you get a loan for 1 year or not even, 1 year, but trust me, you that deduction and they ain't getting you no bunch of money. The most they probably go to is $2,500, and that's it. And you'll have people, they do well, because the people ain't there lending that kind of money. When I say 20,000, will you say 50,000 to people, $20,000. Last time I saw the commercial, it did say 15, it gone to 20 now. So it's so much so much people. Then I haven't heard about Greenleaf there too. All of them.
Yes.
The guy told me, he was in my risk management class, and he said, Miss Smith, you know what our interest rate is? He said 21. I said, it was 21%.
Wait.
I said, Jesus. He said, yes, 21%. And people come and borrow.
They might as well go in
People come
ASU.
and borrow.
They might as well go in ASU.
So what y'all think
21%.
about everything going cashless now?
Mm.
Mm.
Like I say, I still like to have my cash, because Jesus, it's like, I just don't understand that. I need to have some cash on me. I mean, I like to use, I used to have a debit card. I don't use that no more. People is trying to fraud that too much. I had too much incident. And then the bank is say, oh, you got to wait for 3 months and stuff before you can get your money back. So I don't do that anymore. I have
That's too much
I
stuff.
have a
And then-
prepaid Visa where I load my money just like the debit card. But guess what? On that prepaid Visa, I get reward points. So I'm able to buy stuff. So I don't use the debit card. I use the prepaid Visa. So I need to have my little, I use my Visa, but I still need to have my little cash in hand. Because I use my Visa to pay everything because I want them points, but I still need to have cash. And a lot of places you go, they tell you straight. They tell you, they in Bahamas there now, say, you go in where you better have that card. You go to go license your car, you better have that credit or debit card.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Well,
gotta
I
have some
believe.
money.
Huh? Sorry.
Gotta have some money on your account.
Yeah. Well, that's why I say I use the prepaid Visa, so that's my money. My debit card don't give me no points. My prepaid Visa give me points. So I, instead of using the debit card, I use the prepaid Visa where I load my money and I could use it. And it's in, and if something happened that somebody forged on my account, Visa gonna give me back my money right away. Not like if on my debit card, I gotta wait
Oh,
3 and 4 months. Yeah.
that's a good one.
Yeah, I have a prepaid Visa. That's a better thing to invest in other than the debit card. I have a prepaid Visa at Fidelity. Yeah, and that works well for me. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
I feel as if that going cashless is a good thing,
Mhm.
but the Bahamas is not ready. It's not really ready for going cashless because most stores do not have a card machine. If you go to most
Agreed.
stores,
Agreed.
they have a card machine. You gotta purchase more than $20 in order to use a card.
Yeah.
You know, like let's say you want to go for like one little can soda, you can't even get a can soda because they want $15 or more.
Yeah.
But the Bahamas is not really ready or
Agreed.
set for
I
for
agree.
going cashless. So this thing with RBC and CIBC as well, I feel as if they should just, you know, stick with what is normal until the Bahamas is ready for that change.
Ready
Even
for it. Yeah.
government has not gone fully computerized as yet.
Yeah.
It still takes them a year to put pen to paper, not even
Yeah.
right.
Mhm.
It's Bahamas is not ready, and we still got old people sitting up in these positions. There's not a lot of things in the Bahamas that could change. So
Agreed.
modern is good,
Mhm.
but then the Bahamas is not at
Yeah,
that
we have
stage
to
as
be
yet.
there. What do you think about the sand dollar?
Well, the sand, I think we got a sand dollar from Central Bank. I'm not too sure. I haven't seen the sand dollar, but I skeptical about it. I don't know.
But a lot of people say it's working for them. I don't really know too much about it, but the company that I do consultant work for, they are on board with it too. So I guess in me doing my audits, I will get more familiar with it. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. But they say it's taken off. So yeah. 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 Well, like I say, like you say, and I agree, I don't think we're fully ready. And like you say, we still have a lot of old people still sitting up in them jobs who don't want to go home. That's why I tell people I retired and I laugh. And I said I wasn't at the age, but I said, nope, I'm done. And so I do this. Well, I do this and then I have a contract job, which I do 20 hours a week, and that's me. I don't work, I work 4 hours a day from home, and that's it. Yeah. So yeah, well, we have to want to change. And like I say, if we keep doing the same thing the same way, like just for example, people, I don't know what the trip to Dubai costs, but everybody is speculating that it costs so much money and so many people laugh. And I still think here we really have to watch the way we spend the money, because right now when I go in the shop, I went to the shop today because I just came back. I was to my son in Canada for 25 days and I didn't want to come home. I was like, I'd enjoyed myself. And when I came back, I went to the shop and I was like, the mix green peppers, like yellow, and they had the ones with the bag with the little ones in it. And I was like, $7.83. Y'all have to be kidding. I bought one of them because I went with my son. I bought one of them back in my bag, $2.97. I'm like, I had to take a picture to send to him to show him what it costs over here to what it costs in Canada. And Canadian dollars is not par with US. So it's even cheaper. It's probably was $2. But the cost of living is really, really, really high. And I don't know what we're gonna do, and every year prices are going up, but like people that say salary not moving. Yeah. How do you feel about that?
Well, this is my topic because I be in my manager office every day saying so we need salary increase. We need salary increase. My manager told us that RT level tell us don't get salary increase. And I say, what? I say, no. Stop. We need salary increase. But I believe that the minimum wage that they want to lift is not enough. I'm not gonna sit by. People just tell me as a big I'll be supporter, but at the end of the day, I just give government wrong. But I will not sit by and allow. I can't allow the government to say 250. We need really a lot more.
Yeah.
I've been to the food store the other day and I spent $200 and I don't upset because my cup is still look bare. And the at the end of the I know people say at the end of the day, not the government responsibility, how the mothers have all these children, but at the end of the day, I still have you suddenly um water bill, bill, they gonna up everything as once what a necessity, what do you go from there? So yeah, if your bill is more than your salary, you know,
Yeah.
that is problematic, that is stressful, and that's a lot of families are going through, and which even
Yeah.
force them to go to the banks to cost them get some debt because every time they like bill comes to $1,000 and they can't consistently it, so it piles up and
But
jealousy
doesn't the government, BPL give you, and water and sewage give you where you could pay?
going on. So the government have
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I don't know, something might have happened to his
Okay.
connection.
Okay, all right. Yeah, but like I say, we as Bahamians, we just have to get to the point in learning how y'all who are still so young and the ones who have children, teach them how to save from very young. And once you instill it in them, they will continue along the way with it. But if we don't do it, then they'll be in the same situation as their parents, you know. And so it's on us to do that, yeah, to teach our children how to save from very small, teach them how to save, and they will continue doing it. Yeah, but if we as parents just continue to go to the bank, borrow this, borrow that, borrow the next, that's just us. I just don't ever understand. And like he was talking about the light bill being 1,000. Why? Because you know what? Yes, I'm hot and I'm going to turn on that AC. Yeah. And when you turn on that AC, Mr. BPL needs to be paid. And I tell people, once in a while I may pay out my whole light bill, but sometimes I don't. I just make sure it's under $100, under $200. And if you can't do things, you just go and make a payment plan. But we don't do it, and then we duck the bill collector. Then we go to when they turn off the light, we go to the box and we clip it and open it back up. What we call our friend who worked at BPL and say, boy, they turn off my light. You think you could come turn that back on? That's us, so people do it. Yeah. Anybody else have anything to add? Now, see, this is how I like the class. I hope next week this is how the class be, because the all assignment is to read chapter 1. Not sure if y'all gonna get a quiz, but read chapter 1. Make sure y'all come with questions, ideas, points to add, things that I might have missed. I really love today, was good. And if there's any indication going forward, we'll be fine. So, and like I say,
The class is until 9?
I never let my class stay till 9 o'clock. No, we're gonna try. That's why I say I want you to read. Once you read ahead, I'm able to go through, and I'm able to go through, not sitting there trying to read because y'all already read. So all we need to do is I go to the points and and I ask questions, you answer, you ask me questions, things you don't understand. And that's what it's all about. It's not me trying to say, let's read. I don't like that. I want you to be prepared. You've already read. So we don't have to do that. We just go through the points and you say to me, Ms. Smith, but I didn't understand it. Can you explain this to me? Yes. So this is what I need to add. Yes, we talked about the history, but I think we missed this, or we should add this, things like that. That makes the class interesting. But if just me one here talking, that's no fun. And so I'm just going to say, before I talk, oh, just let me give them a quiz. It's going to last for about half an hour. And hopefully after the quiz, they'll be asking me all kind of questions and saying that, Ms. Smith, where you get that question from? I didn't understand that. So we'll spend the next time just them arguing about why put that question there, why give them a quiz, because nobody wanted to participate. I told y'all to read and everybody decided that, oh, some people used to say, Miss Smith, you know what rough day? I say, sweetie, you had a rough day? I work at Fidelity. I was a senior accountant. Rough day? And even when I was doing my master's, I worked and did that. So when people say rough day, I say, no, 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 no. That's why I encourage y'all to finish school, because guess what? I did my master's in the midst of so much things. So you have to do it. You just have to, yes, sometimes you be tired and you don't want to, but keep pushing. At the end of the day, you'll see the light at the end of the tunnel. So my encouragement is that sometimes you may be tired, just come home, take a break, lay down. Get my way of studying is I've had a tedious day, so I'm going to come home, bathe, eat, take a rest, and set my alarm to wake up and study for 2 hours and go back to sleep. So like I say, everybody study different, but I'm going to say to you, for me and y'all to really be on the same wave, y'all got to read. When I say read, I mean read so you can come back, participate. Because if I get a class where y'all just slunking and nobody, oh, Miss Smith, I didn't have no time to read. Oh, Miss Smith, I was at work. I'd be like, okay. Quiz then. I can always have the quiz prepared. That's the one thing you never got to worry with me. I can always be prepared. Always prepared. So when you come to class and you no participation, you may do that to me next week. And then I realized, well, I guess I get one of these class again where everybody decide that, oh, Miss Smith could tell them everything. Like I teach in the kindergarten. Nope, I don't do the kindergarten. Y'all adults. So if I say to read, I really appreciate it if y'all read so we can have active participation. Everybody. Oh, Miss Smith, you talk about Commonwealth buying, but I didn't understand this. And oh, I didn't know Brett Simonet was this. And I did, things like that. I didn't know what this means. That make me know that, hey, that person read, because they were able to say this to me, they read. But if everybody just can be out to lunch, no, that ain't gonna work for me. So y'all will get quiz every week, because I'll always have the quiz ready. And when y'all just slunking and ain't nobody want to read, no, I don't think you paid your money for me to be the one dominating the class. I think you paid the money so you can also express how you feel, not just me expressing my feelings or the way I think the topic is. I want you to come back and, add some flavor to it and say, yeah, Ms. Smith, I think you didn't do that. I think you should have added this, and this is my opinion on it. That makes it so interesting. So that would make me proud to see y'all do that. All righty. So I won't keep y'all any longer if nobody have any questions or concern. But like I say, make sure each of you have your book. I will shoot the course outline to everybody tomorrow. So Miss Augustine, both of you here, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Bean, I didn't hear Bean. Roll.
Yes, ma'am.
Bean
Yes,
here?
ma'am.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Roll. Yes.
Right here.
Colebrook. Bullet. Bullet. I think she was here. Ferguson, Thompson, Denise, Pickstock, that was Joel,
Yeah.
Leslie,
Yeah.
and Strawn. Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure because Ms. Steen said to make sure, take the register to make sure all of you here. I enjoyed the class. And like I say, I hope we have more sessions like this where everybody participate. So we can all learn from each other. Okay. But make sure y'all get the book. Uh-huh.
One question I have. So to all that who works at a bank, what do you think about the treasury part of it? Like, do you guys think you should prompt more customers to do commercial depositing instead of going over the counter?
Well, I can say commercial deposit. Yeah, because boy, let me tell you, sometimes you go in the bank and then people come with a whole bunch of money. But see, couple night deposit things that they get to throw a night deposit. I be like, Lord, I mean, you be standing there and they got their book and so much deposit, so much checks. Yeah, I think y'all need to encourage that where they stop coming holding up the line. Because if you have two tellers and they holding up the line, what happened? You changing guard, you changing guard all day for a whole half an hour. You have your lunch hour going because you're waiting for somebody to make a deposit from a business. But y'all don't encourage that?
Encourage night deposit for that.
Well, we
And they could
can't
also,
we can't really encourage customers because we're not really First Caribbean, but
okay.
we do let First Caribbean know
Mhm.
that this is an option that they could do. We have a
Okay.
lot of customers that do send night depository, but not all of them.
Mhm.
They don't
So
want to pay the annual fee.
Yeah, you know that.
because I know that once your deposit is over $5,000 or I think about $10,000, you are charged I think about 5% of your deposit.
Oh yeah, they ain't
So
paying that.
5% or 2%. One of the things I was told. And
But and
but
they
we do
also
we do
could go to the back and they have the cage. And I see some people just go to the cage. Like when I used to go to Royal Bank, they go,
Business banking.
yeah.
cage.
But they could just use night deposit.
Yeah. But
Stop
like you
all
say,
that.
they're not gonna pay that fee. They
No.
don't want to pay that fee. Yeah. So then and then some all banks don't have night deposits. So yeah. But they're not gonna pay that fee. That's the whole gist of it. They're not gonna pay the fee. Yeah. Just like with safety deposit box, a lot of people don't want to pay the fee either, and they could secure their documents in the safety deposit box, but a lot of
Are
persons.
they still around?
Yeah,
I
people
don't hear
still have
much
them.
about them anymore.
No, man, people still have them. I know my friend, she told me she had to go to a safety deposit box at one bank to get retrieve a document. Yeah, they still have them.
I don't hear much about them anymore.
Yeah, they still have them. And a lot of people, like you say, and I think too, people just don't want to pay the fees. Yeah. But a lot of people, they still have the safety deposit box. I don't know how many persons rent them, but they still have them. Yeah. Any more questions or any concerns? Anything you want to add before we sign off?
All right, you said just to read chapter 1 for next week, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All righty. Good night. Thank you all. Have a
Good
pleasant
night.
night. Okay. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay.